Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Theodore Grimm never intended to uncover Hogwarts' darkest secret. As the castle's new caretaker, he had been exploring the labyrinthine basement levels, mapping out the ancient storage rooms and forgotten chambers that hadn't been properly cataloged since Filch's retirement. The mirror he found, propped against a wall behind centuries of accumulated magical debris, seemed unremarkable at first until he noticed it didn't show his reflection at all. Instead of his weathered face and graying hair, the mirror's surface swirled with mist that gradually cleared to reveal scenes from Hogwarts' past. Theodore watched, transfixed, as the mirror showed him four figures standing in what appeared to be the newly constructed Great Hall. The founders themselves, their faces lined with concern as they gathered around a fifth figure, a being of such darkness that the mirror's surface seemed to ripple with unease. The scene played out in silence, but Theodore could read the tension in their postures, the fear in their eyes. Salazar Slytherin stepped forward, extending his hand to the shadow creature, his lips moving in what was clearly a binding oath. The other founders raised their wands, their magic weaving around Slytherin and the entity, sealing what Theodore would soon learn was the most dangerous pact in magical history. As he delved deeper into the mirror's revelations, Theodore discovered the terrible truth. Slytherin had bargained with an ancient force of darkness, offering it the souls of everyone within Hogwarts after exactly 1,000 years in exchange for the power to make the school unplottable and protected from Muggle detection. The other founders had agreed, believing the magical world would have found a solution long before the deadline. But time had passed, memories had faded, and the pact had been forgotten by all except one moaning Myrtle, the ghost who haunted the second-floor bathroom. Theodore found her there, floating listlessly near the sinks where she had died. "You've seen it, haven't you?" she asked, her perpetually mournful expression deepening. "The mirror shows you what you most need to see, not what you want to see. I was there, you know. Not when they made the pact, of course, but I saw them renew it." Myrtle's revelation was startling. She explained how, 50 years ago, she had witnessed a similar ritual in the bathroom where she died, not performed by Tom Riddle, as everyone assumed, but by the same dark entity, maintaining the ancient magic that would allow it to claim its prize when the time came. With only 7 days until the millennium mark, Theodore and Myrtle formed an unlikely alliance. While he scoured the restricted section for information about soul-binding contracts, she gathered the other ghosts, seeking any fragment of knowledge that might help them break the pact. Their research revealed a terrible complication. The pact wasn't just a simple agreement, it was woven into the very magic that protected Hogwarts. Breaking it wouldn't just stop the entity. It would potentially expose the school to every threat it had been protected from for 1,000 years. The mirror continued to show them crucial moments from the past, the founders creating additional safeguards, Slytherin's growing remorse, and most importantly, a hidden chamber, not the famous Chamber of Secrets, but a smaller room located at the exact center of Hogwarts' magical foundations. As the deadline approached, the signs became impossible to ignore. The ghosts grew more solid, while the living inhabitants of the castle began to appear slightly transparent. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall showed nothing but darkness, regardless of the weather outside. Students reported feeling drained, as if something was slowly drawing their energy away. On the final night, Theodore and Myrtle descended to the hidden chamber, guided by the mirror's revelations. The room was circular, its walls covered in runes that pulsed with a sickly green light. In the center stood a pedestal bearing a single silver chalice, the vessel that contained the original pact. The entity manifested as the clock struck midnight, a being of shadow and ancient malice that filled the chamber with bone-chilling cold. But Theodore and Myrtle had discovered something in their research that even Slytherin hadn't known. The entity could only claim souls that were freely given. Myrtle, who had already lost her life within Hogwarts walls, offered the entity a choice. It could take her soul, freely given, in exchange for breaking the pact. The entity, bound by its own ancient laws, had to consider the offer. What followed was a battle of wills and clever negotiation. Theodore, drawing on everything the mirror had shown him about the entity's past dealings, helped Myrtle construct an intricate magical argument. Since she had died at Hogwarts, her soul was technically already part of the castle's magic. By offering it again, she created a paradox within the original pact. The entity raged as it realized the trap, but the magic of the agreement was absolute. In a flash of blinding light, the pact shattered. The chalice crumbled to dust, and the runes on the walls rearranged themselves, forming new protections based not on dark bargains, but on the willing sacrifice of those who loved Hogwarts. In the aftermath, Hogwarts' magic changed subtly but significantly. The protections remained, but they were now powered by the combined essence of every soul that had ever called the castle home, a willing gift rather than a forced tribute. Myrtle, rather than being destroyed, found herself transformed. Though still a ghost, she was no longer bound to her bathroom, and her perpetual sadness lifted as she finally found her purpose. Theodore continued his duties as caretaker, but with a new understanding of the castle's secrets. The mirror remained in his office, though it rarely showed visions anymore. Sometimes, late at night, he would catch glimpses of the founders in its depths, and he could have sworn they looked pleased. Years later, students would notice that Hogwarts felt different, warmer, more welcoming. The ghosts seemed more present, more connected to the living world. And sometimes, if you passed the caretaker's office late at night, you might see Theodore and Myrtle deep in conversation, while a mysterious mirror gleamed in the corner, occasionally rippling with images of times long past. The story of their deed became part of Hogwarts' vast legacy, a reminder that the greatest magic often comes not from power or clever bargains, but from the willing sacrifice of those who understand that some things are worth more than life itself. Story 2. Isabella Rosewood had always seen things differently at Hogwarts. While other students saw solid stone walls and unchanging corridors, she noticed how the ancient runes carved into the castle's foundations seemed to shift and dance in the corner of her eye. It wasn't until her 6th year, during a particularly frustrating arithmancy lesson, that she realized she wasn't imagining things the walls were trying to speak to her. The first message appeared as she traced her fingers along a seemingly ordinary wall near the Hufflepuff common room. The runes beneath her touch rearranged themselves, forming words in an ancient dialect. The foundations weakened. The circle must be completed. That moment marked the beginning of Isabella's extraordinary journey into Hogwarts' deepest secrets. As a Muggle-born witch, Isabella had always felt she needed to prove herself. Now, she found herself uniquely gifted, able to communicate with the very essence of Hogwarts through its ancient runic language. The castle's magic, she discovered, was maintained by an intricate ritual performed by the four founders, binding their power into the very stones of the school. But something had gone wrong, and the protective enchantments were slowly unraveling. Through her conversations with the walls, Isabella learned that 4 personal artifacts of the founders, objects different from their famous relics, had been hidden throughout the castle. These items, when brought together, could restore the weakening protective magic. But the locations were impossible to reach through normal means, and the castle's warnings grew more urgent with each passing day. It was during one of her late-night explorations that she encountered Peeves, the poltergeist, juggling what appeared to be crystallized chunks of time from a broken time turner. Instead of his usual mocking chaos, he regarded her with unusual intensity. "Oh ho, the little wall whisperer," he cackled, floating upside down. "Seeking the Founder's treasures, are we? Perhaps old Peeves knows a thing or two about impossible places." Isabella quickly realized that Peeves, despite his reputation for mischief, was as much a part of Hogwarts as the stones themselves. He had witnessed the Founders hide their artifacts, and more importantly, he knew about the Hunters of Aurora, a dark order of wizards who had been waiting centuries for Hogwarts' protections to fail. Their unlikely alliance began that night. Peeves would help her reach the hidden locations, but only if she solved his riddles and played by his rules. Their first target was Helga Hufflepuff's personal gardening trowel, buried in a secret greenhouse that only appeared in the reflection of the Black Lake during a full moon. The retrieval of each artifact brought its own challenges. Ravenclaw's first quill was suspended in a time-locked chamber accessible only through a painting that aged backwards. Gryffindor's original brass compass lay at the heart of a maze that rearranged itself based on the solver's fears. And Slytherin's silver pocket watch ticked away in a room that existed between the castle's heartbeats. As they collected each item, Isabella began to notice changes in the castle. The staircases moved more sluggishly, portraits became faded, and the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall flickered like a dying light. The Hunters of Aurora had sensed the weakening wards and were gathering in the Forbidden Forest, their dark magic pressing against the school's failing defenses. The final test came when Isabella realized the 4 artifacts needed to be placed in specific locations simultaneously, an impossible task for one person. This was where Peeves proved his true worth. The poltergeist recruited the other castle ghosts, each bearing their own memories of Hogwarts' early days. On the night of the winter solstice, as the Hunters of Aurora began their attack on the outer wards, Isabella coordinated the most unusual team Hogwarts had ever seen. Nearly headless Nick floated through walls clutching Gryffindor's compass. The Grey Lady glided silently with Ravenclaw's quill. The Fat Friar hummed as he carried Hufflepuff's trowel, and the Bloody Baron moved grimly with Slytherin's watch. Peeves, in an unprecedented display of focus, helped Isabella translate the complex runic instructions that appeared on the walls. Each artifact had to be placed on its specific focal point at exactly the right moment, all while the castle shuddered under the assault of the Hunters. As the final piece was set in place, the artifacts began to glow with their house's colors. The light spread through the runic pathways in the walls, restoring the faded stones to their former glory. The castle itself seemed to take a deep breath, and then released a wave of protective magic so powerful it sent the Hunters of Aurora fleeing back into the darkness. In the aftermath, Hogwarts felt different, more alive, more aware. The runes still spoke to Isabella, but now they shared stories rather than warnings. Peeves, though he returned to his mischievous ways, would occasionally wink at her when they passed in the corridors, a secret acknowledgement of their shared adventure. Isabella's discovery led to a new field of study at Hogwarts. Runic architecture became an advanced course for 7th-year students, though none showed quite the same aptitude for communicating with the castle as she did. The artifacts were kept in their places of power, maintaining the renewed wards, their locations known only to Isabella and her spectral allies. Years later, students would still tell stories about the girl who could speak to the walls, and how she united the living and the dead to save Hogwarts. Some said that on quiet nights, if you pressed your ear to the castle walls, you could hear them whispering ancient secrets, but only if you were ready to listen. As for Peeves, he added a new verse to his repertoire of songs, one that spoke of a Muggle-born witch, who proved that the true heart of magic lies not in blood or tradition, but in the ability to see wonder in the ordinary and find friendship in the most unlikely places. Story 3. The Forbidden Forest held many secrets. But Professor Marcus Finch never expected to stumble upon one that would shake the very foundations of Hogwarts. The morning mist clung to the ancient trees like ghostly shrouds as he followed a trail of silvery blood deeper into the woods, his wand casting a pale blue light that barely penetrated the darkness. The young Defense Against the Dark arts professor had been tracking unusual magical disturbances along the forest's edge for weeks. Students had reported strange ripples in the Black Lake, and the merpeople had grown uncharacteristically quiet. But nothing had prepared him for what he found in a moonlit clearing: a dying unicorn, its silver mane dulled by pain, its horn crackling with residual magic. As Marcus knelt beside the magnificent creature, its eyes locked onto his with an intensity that froze him in place. The unicorn's horn touched his forehead, and suddenly his mind was flooded with images that made his blood run cold. A vast chamber beneath the Black Lake, older than Hogwarts itself, its walls inscribed with runes that predated the founders. Within that chamber, suspended in a state between life and death, stood row upon row of ancient warriors, an army of inferi created by dark wizards who had inhabited these lands long before Hogwarts was built. The unicorn's last gift was a warning: the magic binding the inferi was weakening, and the Black Lake's waters were slowly seeping into their chamber. Each drop that touched the preserved corpses brought them closer to awakening, and with them, an evil that could overwhelm the school's defenses. Back at the castle, Marcus found himself drawn to the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw's ghost, who seemed to grow agitated whenever she passed near the lake's shore. After several attempts to speak with her, she finally acknowledged him one evening in an empty corridor. "You've seen it, haven't you?" she whispered, her ethereal form flickering in the torchlight. "The chamber that haunts my dreams, even in death." Helena's revelation was startling. In life, she had discovered the chamber's existence while studying ancient magical artifacts. Her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, had sensed the evil below and worked with the other founders to build Hogwarts' foundations in such a way that they would strengthen the magical seals containing the inferi army. But Helena's theft of her mother's diadem had disrupted those carefully laid plans. The diadem wasn't just a source of wisdom, Helena explained, her voice heavy with centuries of regret. It was also a key component in maintaining the seals. When I fled with it, I unknowingly began a process that would take centuries to reach its breaking point. The urgency of their situation became clear when students began reporting identical nightmares, dreams of cold, dark waters and reaching hands, of ancient warriors rising from their eternal slumber. The lake's surface became eerily still, as if holding its breath before a storm. Marcus and Helena formed an unlikely alliance. While he researched ancient binding magic in the restricted section, she searched the castle for any artifacts left by her mother that might help them reinforce the seals. Their breakthrough came when Helena remembered a secret room behind the Ravenclaw Tower's astronomy charts, where her mother had kept her most dangerous magical research. Among Rowena's notes, they found instructions for a ritual that could strengthen the chamber's seals, but it required something neither of them had expected: the willing sacrifice of a ghost who had witnessed the chamber's creation. Helena had seen it during her mortal life, making her the only spirit who could complete the ritual. "I've carried this guilt for centuries," Helena said, her form becoming more solid as she made her decision. "Perhaps this is why I remain, not just as a warning, but as a means of redemption." Time was running out. The lake's waters had begun to glow with an eerie blue light, and students reported hearing whispered chants in an ancient tongue rising from its depths. On a moonless night, Marcus and Helena descended to the lake's shore, accompanied by the Bloody Baron, who had insisted on attending his beloved's final act. The ritual was complex, requiring precise timing and unwavering focus. As Marcus chanted the incantations found in Rowena's notes, Helena floated above the lake's surface, her spectral form glowing brighter with each word. The Bloody Baron watched in solemn silence as the ghost of the woman he had loved in life, prepared to sacrifice her eternal existence for the safety of Hogwarts. At the ritual's climax, Helena's form began to dissolve, not into nothingness, but into pure magical energy that sank into the lake's dark waters. The surface of the lake erupted in a display of silver and blue light, as centuries of magical barriers were renewed and strengthened. The chamber far below shuddered as new seals took hold, stronger than before, reinforced by Helena's willing sacrifice. The Inferi army remained trapped, their awakening prevented by the very person whose actions had originally weakened their prison. In the aftermath, the Black Lake returned to its natural state, its waters once again home to the gentle splashing of the giant squid and the haunting songs of merpeople. The students' nightmares ceased, though many swore they could sometimes hear a gentle whisper in the Ravenclaw Tower, not of warning or regret, but of peaceful acceptance. Marcus remained at Hogwarts, eventually becoming known as one of the school's most respected defense against the dark arts professors. He made it his mission to ensure that Helena's sacrifice was not forgotten, teaching his students that true heroism often comes not from grand battles, but from the willingness to right ancient wrongs and face the consequences of past actions. The Bloody Baron, too, found a measure of peace, his centuries of self-imposed penance lightened by witnessing Helena's final noble act. Sometimes on quiet nights, he could be seen gliding across the lake's surface, standing guard over the waters that now held the essence of his beloved. And in the depths below Hogwarts, the ancient chamber remained sealed, its army of Inferi sleeping eternally, bound by magic renewed through sacrifice and redemption. The Black Lake kept its secrets, but now they were guarded not by dark magic and fear, but by the lasting power of Helena Ravenclaw's final choice, a choice that proved that even centuries of regret could be transformed into an act of protection and love. Story 4. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle held many secrets, but none quite as devastating as the one Aurora Blackwood discovered on that fateful autumn evening. The grimoire appeared on her bed without warning, a weathered tome bound in midnight blue leather, its silver clasps adorned with ravens in mid-flight. As her trembling fingers traced the elaborate patterns on its cover, she couldn't have known that this moment would mark the beginning of a battle for Hogwarts' very soul. Aurora had always felt different from her fellow seventh-year students, even by wizarding standards. While others mastered spells through repetition and practice, magic seemed to whisper to her, as if the very essence of sorcery recognized something in her blood. Now, as she opened the mysterious book, she understood why. Written in elegant script on the first page were words that made her heart skip. To my last descendant, when the time of darkness returns Rowena Ravenclaw, the revelation of her heritage might have been enough to shake any witch's world. But what followed in those pages chilled her to her core. Through intricate enchantments and complex theoretical magic, Rowena had discovered a terrible truth. Tom Riddle had created one final safeguard, more insidious than any Horcrux. A fragment of his consciousness, a mere whisper of his evil, had been secretly embedded within the Sorting Hat during his years at Hogwarts dormant, waiting for the precise magical conditions to awaken. In the days that followed, subtle changes began to creep through the castle's hallowed halls. Students reported strange dreams, whispered conversations with an unseen presence during their sorting. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall began to show storm clouds regardless of the weather outside, and the portraits along the corridors grew increasingly agitated, their subjects huddling together in shared frames, speaking in worried tones. It was during a particularly restless night of research in the restricted section that Aurora encountered an unexpected ally. Professor Draco Malfoy, his once platinum hair now streaked with distinguished gray, emerged from between the towering shelves like a specter. "Miss Blackwood," he said softly, his eyes fixed on the grimoire. "I believe we need to talk." In his office, surrounded by bubbling cauldrons and rare potion ingredients, Malfoy revealed his own burden. He had sensed the growing darkness, recognized its signature from his own haunted past. The Dark Lord's magic leaves an unmistakable trace, he explained, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the long-faded dark mark. I've spent 20 years trying to atone for my family's choices. Perhaps this is my chance. Together, they began to unravel Rowena's writings, searching for a way to extract Voldemort's essence from the Sorting Hat without destroying the ancient artifact. Their research was a dangerous dance of secrecy and urgency. Every day, more students began showing signs of the Hat's influence: increased aggression, paranoia, and a disturbing tendency to sort themselves into groups based on perceived power rather than true character. The situation reached a breaking point during the Winter Feast. As Professor McGonagall's successor prepared to make the traditional holiday address, the Sorting Hat suddenly burst into song, not its usual playful rhyme, but a dark incantation that sent shadows crawling across the enchanted ceiling. Students clutched their heads in pain as Voldemort's influence reached out, attempting to possess the gathered minds. Aurora and Draco sprang into action, implementing the complex spell they had discovered in Rowena's grimoire. It required both the blood of Ravenclaw's heir and the willing sacrifice of one who bore the dark mark, not a sacrifice of life, but of magic. As Aurora began the incantation, Draco pressed his wand to his dark mark, channeling decades of guilt and redemption into pure magical energy. The Sorting Hat rose into the air, wreathed in writhing shadows that took the form of a familiar serpentine face. Voldemort's essence fought against their spell, lashing out with tendrils of dark magic that left scorch marks on the ancient stones. Aurora's voice never wavered as she spoke the words of her ancestor, her wand movements precise despite the chaos around them. Draco's face contorted in agony as the spell drew upon his connection to the dark magic, using it as a conduit to draw out the embedded evil. In the final moment, as the shadow of Voldemort fought to maintain its grip on the hat, Aurora felt the presence of something else, the combined strength of all of Ravenclaw's descendants flowing through her blood. With a final, powerful surge of magic, the shadow was torn free, dissolving into nothingness as it was exposed to the light of hundreds of floating candles. The Sorting Hat fell silent, its fabric smoking slightly, but its magic intact. Draco collapsed to his knees, his dark mark now completely gone, not faded, but erased entirely. As the students and faculty slowly recovered from the influence of the dark magic, Aurora helped her unlikely mentor to his feet. They had succeeded, but more than that, they had proven that the strength to overcome darkness lies not in power, but in the willingness to forge unexpected alliances and face one's own past with courage. In the days that followed, Hogwarts began to heal. The Sorting Hat resumed its duties with renewed vigor, perhaps sorting students with even greater wisdom after its brush with darkness. Aurora's heritage became known throughout the wizarding world, but she chose to follow in her ancestors' footsteps quietly, accepting a position as Professor McGonagall's assistant, while continuing her research into ancient magic. Draco Malfoy's redemption became complete in the eyes of the wizarding world, though he maintained that the true reward was in the doing, not the recognition. He and Aurora continued to work together, combining their unique perspectives and abilities to strengthen Hogwarts' defenses against any future threats. The grimoire remained in Aurora's possession, its pages still holding countless secrets waiting to be discovered. Sometimes, late at night in her quarters at Hogwarts, she would open it and trace the words of her ancestor, wondering what other challenges might lie ahead. But now she faced the future with confidence, knowing that even in the darkest of times, light could be found in the most unexpected places, and that true magic lies not in power, but in the choices we make and the bridges we build. As for the Sorting Hat, it added a new verse to its song the following year, one that spoke not of division between houses, but of the strength found in unity and the power of redemption. And if students listened carefully during their sorting, they might hear in its voice a new wisdom, earned through its own brush with darkness, and salvation through the combined courage of Ravenclaw's heir and a former Death Eater who chose the light. Story 5. The autumn wind whispered through the forbidden forest, carrying with it the scent of ancient magic and impending change. Lily Luna Potter stood at the edge of the clearing during her Care of Magical Creatures lesson, her wand steady despite the peculiar tingling sensation that made her spine shiver. Professor Hagrid's successor, Rolf Scamander, was demonstrating the proper way to approach a wounded hippogriff when Lily noticed something unusual, a single black feather floating against the wind. The feather seemed to call to her, its obsidian surface reflecting impossible colors. Without thinking, Lily stepped away from the group, following the feather's unnatural path deeper into the forest. It led her to an ancient oak tree, its trunk scarred with symbols that seemed to shift and change as she watched. At its base lay a creature she had only seen in textbooks, a phoenix, but unlike any recorded in magical history. Its feathers were the color of a starless night, and instead of the usual healing tears, drops of liquid shadow fell from its eyes. The phoenix was bound by magical chains that seemed to be slowly dissolving, as if they had held the creature for centuries and were finally reaching their breaking point. Lily's instinct screamed at her to run, but her Gryffindor courage, or perhaps her Potter curiosity, kept her rooted to the spot. The phoenix's eyes met hers, and in that moment, she understood her mistake. This was Morgana's phoenix, the dark counterpart to Merlin's legendary companion, and she had just witnessed the failure of its ancient bindings. The black phoenix erupted from its chains in an explosion of shadow and power. Where normal phoenix song brought hope and courage, its cry sent waves of primal fear through the forest. Trees withered in its wake as it soared toward the castle, and Lily knew with terrible certainty that this was only the beginning. Word spread quickly through Hogwarts about the Dark Phoenix's release. Professor McGonagall's portrait in the headmaster's office confirmed their worst fears. The creature was heading to Gringotts, where it would awaken the ancient dragons that slumbered in the deepest vaults, dragons far older and more terrible than the ones that guarded the treasures above. Help came from an unexpected source. Scorpius Malfoy, who had been studying in the library when the Phoenix escaped, approached Lily with a leather-bound book bearing the seal of Merlin himself. The grimoire had been passed down through the Malfoy family for generations, protected by blood magic that had kept its secret safe. My father gave me this before I left for my final year, Scorpius explained, his pale fingers tracing the ancient runes on the cover. He said I'd know when it was time to use it. I think the time is now. The grimoire revealed that Morgana's phoenix wasn't just a dark creature, it was a key, forged in ancient magic to unlock the slumber of the primordial dragons. These weren't ordinary dragons, but beings of pure magical chaos that had been sealed away by Merlin himself during the founding of wizarding Britain. Together, Lily and Scorpius began their race against time. The grimoire showed them how to track the phoenix through its shadow trail, leading them through secret passages beneath Hogwarts that connected directly to the oldest parts of Gringotts. As they ventured deeper, they discovered ancient warnings carved into the walls, stories of a time when dragons ruled not just the skies, but magic itself. Their journey was complicated by the phoenix's power. Everywhere it passed, it left traces of its dark magic that manifested as shadow creatures, twisted reflections of magical beasts that attacked anyone who came near. Lily's talent for defense against the dark arts complemented Scorpius's expertise in ancient runes, allowing them to fight their way through the increasingly dangerous passages. The deeper they went, the more they realized that their parents' adventures had been just the surface of Gringotts' mysteries. Below the goblin vaults lay chambers that predated wizard kind, where the walls themselves pulsed with raw magical energy. The air grew thick with ancient power, and both students felt their own magic responding to the primordial forces around them. They caught up to the Black Phoenix in a vast circular chamber deep beneath the earth. The walls were lined with enormous dragon eggs, each one larger than a house, their surfaces shifting with colors that hurt the eyes. The phoenix perched atop the central egg, its dark power seeping into the ancient shell, causing cracks to appear across its surface. Scorpius began the complex counter-ritual described in Merlin's grimoire, his voice steady as he recited incantations in a language older than Latin. Lily stood guard, her wand moving in intricate patterns as she fought off the shadow creatures that the phoenix summoned to defend itself. But the ritual wasn't enough. The phoenix's power had grown too strong over the centuries of its imprisonment. As the first dragon egg began to hatch, Lily made a desperate decision. She knew from her family's history that phoenixes could be bound by acts of pure love and sacrifice. It was how Fawkes had served Dumbledore for so many years. Instead of fighting the phoenix's darkness, she opened herself to it, offering understanding rather than resistance. The creature hesitated, its dark eyes fixed on hers. In that moment, Lily felt its ancient pain, the betrayal it had suffered at Merlin's hands, the centuries of solitude, the corruption of its once pure nature. Scorpius, understanding her intention, modified the ritual. Instead of trying to banish the phoenix, they offered it a choice, a new bond, not of servitude but of balance. As Lily extended her hand to the creature, Scorpius's voice wove magic, not of binding, but of healing. The chamber filled with a light that was neither dark nor bright, but something in between. The phoenix's feathers began to change, not returning to the red and gold of its kind, but taking on an iridescent quality that reflected both shadow and light. The dragon egg's cracks sealed themselves, their surfaces becoming dormant once more. In the aftermath, the black phoenix, now transformed, chose to stay with Lily, not as a servant, but as an ally. Its presence served as a reminder that even the darkest magic could be transformed through understanding and compassion, rather than conquest. Scorpius became the keeper of Merlin's grimoire, its secrets now preserved by someone who understood the importance of balance between light and dark magic. Together, he and Lily established a new area of study at Hogwarts, focusing on the redemption and transformation of dark magical creatures, rather than their destruction. Years later, students would whisper about the strange phoenix that sometimes appeared above the castle, its feathers shimmering with both shadow and light. It sung a haunting melody that spoke of both the darkness of ancient magic and the hope of transformation. And in the deepest vaults of Gringotts, the primordial dragons slumbered on, their dreams now guarded not by chains and spells, but by understanding and balance. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts had witnessed countless winters, but none quite like this one. As Aurora Blackthorn gazed through the frost-laced windows of Ravenclaw Tower, she couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't ordinary weather magic gone awry. The snow fell in strange patterns, almost like runes being written across the white blanket that covered the grounds, only to be erased moments later by fresh snowfall. At 16, Aurora had already earned a reputation as one of Ravenclaw's most promising students, though her particular talent lay not in the usual areas of academic excellence, but in seeing patterns where others saw chaos. And today, something in the castle's very magic felt different. Wrong somehow, as if the heartbeat of Hogwarts itself was growing fainter. The library had become her sanctuary during this bitter winter, when even warming charms struggled to keep the cold at bay. It was there, in the deepest corner of the restricted section, that destiny found her on a particularly frigid Thursday evening. The ancient grimoire practically fell into her hands, as if the very shelves had conspired to bring them together. Its leather binding was so dark, it seemed to absorb the wandlight, and the silver runes on its spine shifted and changed every time she tried to read them. Interesting choice, Blackthorn, came a drawling voice from behind her, though I doubt someone of your background could comprehend its significance. Corvus Malfoy stood in the shadows, his Slytherin prefect badge gleaming in the dim light. His white blonde hair and pale features made him look almost ghostly in the library's gloom. Aurora had always found him insufferable, with his pureblood prejudices and apparent disdain for anyone outside his social circle. Yet something in his voice today sounded different, less mocking, more urgent. "I suppose you're going to tell Madame Pince I'm somewhere I shouldn't be?" Aurora challenged, clutching the book tighter. "Actually," Corvus said, stepping closer, "I'm going to tell you that you're holding the only copy of Temporalis Magici in Britain, and that it's been waiting for someone to find it for exactly 997 years before Aurora could respond. The book in her hands began to glow with a soft silver light. Pages flipped of their own accord, stopping at an illustration of a celestial event, an eclipse unlike any she'd seen in her astronomy texts. The magical image showed Hogwarts Castle beneath the darkened sun, but instead of casting ordinary shadows, the eclipse seemed to be pulling something invisible from the castle's very stones. "The magical eclipse," Corvus whispered, his usual arrogance replaced by something like awe. "It occurs once every millennium, and it's due in exactly 3 days." Aurora's eyes widened as she read the text beneath the illustration. "It says the eclipse will drain all magic from Hogwarts and its inhabitants, turning everyone within its bounds into muggles? Permanently?" "Yes," Corvus confirmed, "and that's not the worst part. Without magic, the castle's protective enchantments will fail. Every magical creature in the Forbidden Forest will be exposed to the Muggle world. The statute of secrecy will crumble in hours, but why hasn't anyone prepared for this? Surely Dumbledore must have known, because," Corvus interrupted, "the knowledge was deliberately hidden. My family's records speak of a schism among the founders. Slytherin discovered the cycle of the eclipse and created a ritual to protect against it, but the others feared the ritual itself was dark magic. They chose to hide the knowledge instead, believing future generations would find a better solution." Aurora's mind raced. "And did they?" "Obviously not," Corvus replied, some of his old sarcasm returning. "But I've inherited something from my ancestor, a rare gift for temporal magic. I can see echoes of the past, glimpses of what might have been. And I've been seeing visions of Salazar Slytherin hiding something in 4 locations around Hogwarts. 4 pieces of a puzzle that could save us all." Aurora studied him carefully. "Why tell me this? Why not your fellow Slytherins?" "Because the ritual requires both shadow and light magic. Balance. And because," he hesitated, looking almost pained to admit it, "you see patterns better than anyone else in this school. I've noticed, even if I never said it, the next 3 days became a desperate race against time." Aurora and Corvus worked in secret, knowing that revealing the truth would only cause panic. They found the first clue behind a seemingly solid wall in the dungeons, revealed only when moon crystal dust was scattered in the shape of Slytherin's mark. The second was hidden in plain sight, a constellation pattern in the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling that only appeared when viewed through a prism of pure dragon's tear. Their search took them to places in Hogwarts that hadn't seen human footsteps in centuries. They discovered that the castle itself was alive in ways even the oldest teachings hadn't revealed. And with each clue, they learned more about Salazar Slytherin, not the prejudiced pure-blood extremist of legend, but a man who had recognized that magic itself was neither light nor dark, but a force that required balance. The third clue nearly cost them their lives, hidden in a chamber beneath the Black Lake, where Grindylows had evolved into something far more dangerous over the centuries. It was there, after Corvus used a shield charm to save Aurora from a particularly vicious attack, that something shifted between them. Old prejudices began to crack, replaced by growing respect, and something neither of them was ready to name. They found the final piece with just hours to spare, as the winter sun began its descent on the 3rd day. The solution was elegant in its symmetry for artifacts that needed to be placed at precise points around Hogwarts, creating a magical circuit that would protect the castle's magic from the eclipse's draining effect. But there was a catch, one final twist that Slytherin had built into his ritual. The artifacts had to be activated simultaneously by 2 people working in perfect harmony, one from his own house, and one from what he considered the opposite approach to magic. Ravenclaw's intellectual pursuit of knowledge balanced against Slytherin's intuitive understanding of magic's deeper nature. As the eclipse began, Aurora and Corvus stood at opposite ends of the castle grounds, copper bowls filled with ancient runic symbols before them. Snow swirled around them as they began the incantation Slytherin had left behind, their voices carrying across the grounds in perfect synchronization. The eclipse reached totality, and for one heart-stopping moment, every witch and wizard in Hogwarts felt their magic begin to fade. But then the copper bowls ignited with green and bronze flames that shot into the sky, meeting in a brilliant display of magical fusion above the castle's highest tower. When the eclipse passed, Hogwarts thrummed with magic more powerful than ever before. The winter storms began to calm, and the first rays of natural sunlight in weeks broke through the clouds. In the days that followed, Aurora and Corvus's actions became known, though few understood the true significance of what they had prevented. The experience changed them both. Corvus began to question the prejudices he'd been raised with, seeing firsthand how magical ability transcended blood status. Aurora learned that sometimes the most important patterns were the ones that broke established rules. Together, they had proven what Salazar Slytherin had known a millennium ago, that the greatest magic comes not from power alone, but from the ability to bridge differences and find harmony in apparent opposition. The grimoire that started their adventure was returned to the restricted section, its pages now blank, until the next time it would be needed, a millennium hence. But its lesson remained. In the world of magic, as in life, true strength lies not in isolation, but in unlikely alliances. And sometimes the most powerful magic of all is the ability to change our deepest beliefs. Story 7. The Abandoned Wing of Street. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries held secrets that even the most experienced healers dared not speak of. Marcus Longbottom, a young healer barely 2 years into his practice, found himself drawn to its dust-laden corridors more often than he cared to admit. Perhaps it was his family's legacy of courage in the face of darkness, or maybe it was simply curiosity that pulled him toward the mysteries that lingered in these forgotten halls. It was during one of his late-night rounds that he first heard a whisper so faint it might have been merely the wind through the ancient pipes. But Marcus knew better. In the magical world, whispers often carried the weight of prophecy, and this one seemed to be calling his name. The portrait he discovered that night had been hidden behind layers of magical concealment charms, some so old they had begun to fade like morning mist. It depicted Helga Hufflepuff, though not as she appeared in the familiar paintings throughout the wizarding world. This version of the founder looked troubled, her usually warm eyes haunted by some unseen burden. At last, the portrait whispered, her voice carrying centuries of worry. Someone who can see beyond the veil of time. Before Marcus could respond, the portrait's words sent a chill through the corridor. The Sorting Hat harbors a curse, young healer, one that turns the most powerful among us into that which we fear most obscurials. And its awakening, the revelation shook Marcus to his core. Obscurial's dark, destructive forces born of suppressed magic were rare in modern times. Yet in the past month alone, 3 prestigious witches and wizards had been admitted to Street, Mungos with symptoms that defied explanation. Their magic had become volatile, destructive, turning inward in a way that reminded him of historical accounts of obscurials. His investigation led him to the Department of Mysteries, where he encountered Helena Shacklebolt, an unspeakable whose very presence seemed to command attention. Her dark robes shimmered with protective enchantments, and her eyes held secrets that seemed to stretch back centuries. "I've been waiting for someone to discover the truth," Helena said, leading Marcus through the twisting corridors of the Ministry's most secretive department. The curse was planted centuries ago by a dark wizard who managed what no one else had achieved. He fooled the Sorting Hat itself in her private office, surrounded by whirring silver instruments and ancient tomes. Helena revealed a terrible truth. The dark wizard had disguised himself as a professor at Hogwarts, using a combination of forgotten magic and complex transfiguration. Over the course of a year, he had woven a curse into the very fabric of the Sorting Hat, a curse designed to activate after centuries of dormancy. But why wait so long? Marcus asked, watching as Helena unveiled a pensive swirling with collected memories. Because the curse feeds on magical power, she explained, her voice tight with concern. It needed generations of magical energy to pass through the hat, thousands of sortings to build its strength. And now it's targeting those with the strongest magical abilities first, turning their power against them. As they delved deeper into their investigation, more cases emerged. A renowned duelist found himself unable to cast even simple spells without them exploding in bursts of dark energy. A celebrated potions master's magic had become so unstable, she had to be contained in a specially warded room. Working together, Marcus and Helena discovered that the curse operated on a principle of magical resonance. Each victim had worn the Sorting Hat at some point in their life, and the hat had left an invisible mark on their magical core, a mark that was now being activated, turning their power inward until it threatened to consume them. The solution, they realized, lay in understanding how the hat had been corrupted in the first place. This led them to a hidden chamber beneath Hogwarts, accessible only through a series of magical trials that tested not just their magical ability, but their very understanding of what magic truly was. But Helena had been keeping a secret of her own. As they stood before the final door, she finally revealed why she knew so much about the curse. "I am a descendant of the dark wizard who cast it," she confessed, her voice heavy with ancestral guilt. "My family has carried this knowledge for generations, waiting for the right moment and the right person to help break it." The chamber they discovered contained an ancient magical forge, the very one used to create the Sorting Hat centuries ago. Ancient runes covered the walls, telling a story of ambition, betrayal, and a dark wizard's attempt to prove that too much magical power would ultimately corrupt anyone who wielded it. Breaking the curse required a sacrifice. Someone would have to absorb the cursed energy from the hat, acting as a vessel to contain and neutralize it. The process would strip them of their magical abilities forever, effectively turning them into a squib. Helena stepped forward without hesitation. "This is my family's burden to bear," she declared. "I've spent my life studying the deepest mysteries of magic. It's fitting that my final act as a witch should be to protect others from losing their own powers." Marcus protested, but Helena's mind was made up. The ritual they performed was beautiful and terrible to behold. The Sorting Hat was placed in the center of the forge, and Helena began an incantation in a language so ancient it made the very air shimmer with power. As the cursed energy began to flow from the hat into Helena, the air filled with dark, swirling shadows. Marcus maintained the protective circles around them, watching in awe and horror as Helena's magic was slowly drained away, taking the curse with it. When it was over, the Sorting Hat glowed with a pure, clean light it hadn't shone in centuries. Helena stood silent, tears streaming down her face as she held her wand one last time before handing it to Marcus. "It doesn't work for me anymore," she said softly, "but I can feel that we succeeded. The curse is broken." In the days that followed, the obscurial-like symptoms began to fade from the affected witches and wizards. The Sorting Hat was cleansed, though it now carried a new wisdom about the price of power and the nature of sacrifice. Helena left the Department of Mysteries, choosing to work instead in the Muggle Relations Office, where she found she could still serve the magical community, even without powers of her own. Her sacrifice became a quiet legend in the ministry, known only to a few but honored by all who knew the truth. Marcus continued his work at Street. Mungo's, but he never forgot the lesson he learned in that ancient forge. Magic, he now understood, wasn't measured by power alone, but by the wisdom to know when to use it and when to let it go. The abandoned wing of Street. Mungo's still stands, and sometimes, late at night, Healers say they can hear Helga Hufflepuff's portrait humming contentedly, finally at peace knowing that the curse she had warned of for centuries was finally broken, not through power or cleverness, but through the ultimate act of sacrifice and love. Story 8. Cassandra Weasley had always known she was different from her famous ancestors. While the Weasley name carried a legacy of Gryffindor bravery, she had inherited something else entirely, a gift for transfiguration that bordered on the impossible. Her copper hair might have been classic Weasley, but her ability to understand the fundamental nature of magical transformation set her apart from her family's more straightforward talents. On the night that changed everything, the autumn wind howled through Hogwarts grounds like a creature in pain. Cassandra was practicing advanced transfiguration near the Whomping Willow, attempting to understand how the ancient tree could possess such complex semi-sentient magic. As she traced her wand through the air, mapping the tree's magical signature, something extraordinary happened. The willow's branches parted, revealing not the familiar secret passage to the Shrieking Shack, but a shimmering doorway that shouldn't have existed. The passage beyond was both familiar and wrong, like looking at Hogwarts through a warped mirror. The stones themselves seemed to pulse with a sickly green light, and the air carried the metallic tang of dark magic. Every instinct told Cassandra to turn back, but 7 years of Ravenclaw curiosity wouldn't let her walk away from such a mystery. The tunnel twisted in impossible ways, defying the physical space it should have occupied. When Cassandra emerged, she found herself in another Hogwarts, but one that sent chills down her spine. The castle's warm torchlight had been replaced by floating orbs of cold green fire. Where portraits of past headmasters should have hung, she saw propaganda posters celebrating the great victory of Lord Voldemort. "You're out after curfew, student," came a familiar voice that made her blood freeze. Professor Severus Snape stepped from the shadows, but not the Snape she knew from history books. This version was older, his face bearing additional scars, but his eyes held something she'd never seen in any photo hope. "You're not from this reality," he stated simply, studying her with intense focus. The dimensional breach is finally opened. Before Cassandra could respond, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Snape quickly pulled her into a hidden alcove, casting a disillusionment charm so powerful she felt like she'd ceased to exist. "I've been waiting 25 years for someone to cross over," Snape whispered as dark-robed figures passed. "In this world, Potter fell in the Battle of Hogwarts. The Dark Lord won, and Britain has been sealed off from the magical world ever since. But something worse is happening. The barriers between our realities are weakening over the next hours." Snape revealed the terrible truth. The Dark Lord's victory had come at a terrible price. His use of forbidden magic had torn the fabric of reality itself. Now, a mystical portal was slowly merging the two dimensions, threatening to flood Cassandra's world with the darkness that had consumed this one. But there was hope. Snape had spent decades pretending to serve the victorious Dark Lord, while secretly studying how to seal the dimensional breach. The solution required something that only existed in Cassandra's reality, a powerful magical anchor created by Harry Potter's sacrifice and victory. As they worked together in Snape's secret laboratory, hidden deep in the dungeons, Cassandra learned that this world's version of her twin brother James was still alive, though he served as one of Voldemort's elite enforcers. The revelation shook her to her core. In her world, James had died protecting younger students during a tragic accident in their 3rd year. The alternate James discovered them 3 days into their work. But instead of exposing them, he revealed his own secret. He had been working against Voldemort's regime from within, carrying on the resistance in a world where hope had almost died. "I've done terrible things to maintain my cover," he confessed, his eyes haunted in a way that made Cassandra's heart ache. "But seeing you, knowing that somewhere, in another world, things turned out differently. Their plan was dangerous and complex. They would need to create a series of magical anchors at key points around both castles, using Cassandra's extraordinary talent for transfiguration to establish resonance between the two realities. Then, at the precise moment when the dimensional breach was at its weakest, they would seal it forever, but doing so would trap everyone on the side where they stood. The choice tormented Cassandra. The James before her wasn't exactly her brother, but he was so similar: his mannerisms, his dry humor, the way he fidgeted with his wand when nervous. Could she really leave him trapped in this dark reality? But James made the decision for her. On the night they were to seal the breach, Voldemort's forces discovered their plan. As alarms blared through the dark castle, James took on the role of sacrificial distraction. "Live well, little sister," he said with a sad smile, the same smile her brother had worn the day he died. Make that other world worth saving. The sealing ritual was beautiful and terrible. As Snape and Cassandra wove the complex spells, reality itself seemed to groan in protest. Through the castle windows, they could see two versions of the world overlapping, one bathed in darkness, the other gleaming with hope. Just before the breach closed forever, Cassandra caught a final glimpse of James. He stood surrounded by dark wizards, but fighting with a fierce joy, knowing his sacrifice would save not one world, but two. Then reality snapped back into place, and she found herself alone by the Whomping Willow under familiar stars. In the days that followed, only Cassandra remembered what had happened. The passage beneath the willow returned to its normal route, to the shrieking shack. But sometimes late at night, she would swear she could feel the echo of that other world and the brother who had died twice to protect everything he loved. She threw herself into her transfiguration studies with renewed purpose, understanding now that reality itself was more mutable than anyone had guessed. In her graduation speech as head girl, she spoke about sacrifice and hope, though few understood the true weight behind her words. Years later, as a transfiguration professor herself, Cassandra would sometimes pause by the Whomping Willow, remembering. And on quiet nights, when the wind blew just right, she might whisper words of gratitude to a brave potions master who spent decades fighting darkness in secret, and to a brother who found redemption in a world beyond the mirror. The willow's branches would sway in response, guarding its secrets, while somewhere in the space between realities, a sacrifice of love continued to keep the darkness at bay. Story 9. Deep beneath the Black Lake, in a chamber older than Hogwarts itself, Professor Thaddeus Prince stood before an impossible discovery. The petrified dragon egg gleamed in the light of his wand, its surface not the usual mottled texture of dragon eggs, but something more akin to liquid mercury frozen in time. Ancient runes spiraled across its surface, shifting and changing as if alive. Prince, the youngest defense against the dark arts professor in a century, had spent 5 years searching for this artifact. His research into magical hybrids had led him to legends of the last metamorphogous dragon, a creature capable of shifting between dragon and human form at will. But legends, he was discovering, had a way of coming dangerously true at Hogwarts. The first crack appeared during a winter storm that shook the castle to its foundations. Prince had been cataloging the runes on the egg's surface when a sound like breaking crystal echoed through the chamber. A single silver-white line appeared across the egg's surface, gleaming with internal light. "Professor." Isabella Santos burst into the chamber, her Castelabroxo transfer robes still dusted with snow. "They're coming, the Knights of Morgana. They've breached the outer wards." Prince's blood ran cold. The Knights of Morgana were supposed to be a myth, a secret society of dark wizards obsessed with ancient magic. But Isabella's eyes told him otherwise. The 17-year-old student had appeared at Hogwarts 3 months ago with impeccable credentials and an uncanny knowledge of magical creatures. Now, watching her gaze fix on the cracking egg, Prince realized her arrival might not have been coincidental. How long? He demanded, already casting additional protection charms around the chamber. Minutes. They've been tracking the egg's awakening signature. Isabella drew her wand, not the European style he was used to seeing, but something more primal, carved with symbols that match those on the egg. There's something you need to know, Professor. The legends got it wrong. The dragon wasn't just any metamorphosis, she was Morgana herself, transformed and sealed away by Merlin when she couldn't be defeated. More cracks appeared across the egg's surface, spreading like lightning. Above them, the castle trembled as ancient wards clashed with dark magic. Prince could hear the distant sound of spellfire. "You're not really a transfer student, are you?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. Isabella shook her head, her form momentarily shimmering with suppressed power. "I'm the last of the Dragon Guardians. We've protected the secret of Morgana's imprisonment for centuries. But the egg's magic is fading. It needs a new vessel, or Morgana will awaken with all her original power restored." The chamber door exploded inward. Dark-robed figures poured through the entrance, led by a witch whose silver mask bore the symbol of a dragon in flight. "The girl speaks truth," the masked witch declared. "But she neglects to mention that Morgana's power is our birthright. The time has come to restore our mistress to her full glory." What followed was chaos. Spells flew in all directions, reflecting off the chamber's ancient walls. Prince and Isabella fought back to back, their magic surprisingly complementary, his precise European spellwork blending with her more instinctive South American style. But the knights were powerful, and they had numbers on their side. Worse, the egg was pulsing now, each beat sending waves of ancient magic through the chamber. Prince could feel it calling to something deep within his own magical core, awakening knowledge he hadn't known he possessed. "The egg," Isabella shouted over the din of battle. "It's not just a prison, it's a key." The dragons didn't just shapeshift. They were the original source of metamorphosis abilities in humans. "That's why it's calling to you." Prince ducked a killing curse, his mind racing. He had always hidden his metamorphosis abilities, considering them irrelevant to his academic pursuits. But now, watching the egg pulse with familiar power, he understood. The dragon's power needed a human vessel, not to imprison it, but to preserve it. The masked witch seemed to realize what was happening. "Kill him," she commanded. "The power must flow only to our mistress." But it was too late. The egg shattered in a burst of silver light, and Prince felt ancient magic surge through him. Knowledge flooded his consciousness, memories of soaring through ancient skies, of magic when it was wild and free. He understood now why Merlin hadn't killed Morgana. Some magic was too fundamental to be destroyed, only transformed. His transformation was instinctive. Where Professor Prince had stood, a silver dragon now reared, its scales shifting like quicksilver. But this was no mere shape-shifting. He could feel the magic of Hogwarts itself responding to his presence, recognizing him as a guardian of natural magic. The knights fell back in shock, but their leader pressed forward, dark magic swirling around her. "If we cannot restore our mistress, we will tear down these walls and rebuild them in her image." What she didn't expect was Isabella's reaction. The young guardian raised her runic wand and began a chant in a language that made the very stones of Hogwarts resonate. The magic that had transformed Prince responded, and he understood this had been the plan all along. Not to continue Morgana's imprisonment, but to transform her power into protection. Dragon Prince roared, and the castle roared with him. Hogwarts had always been alive in its way, but now that life surged through every stone. The knights found their dark magic absorbed and transformed, feeding into wards stronger than any since the Founder's time. When it was over, the knights were gone, their magic absorbed into Hogwarts' new defenses. Prince returned to human form, though he could still feel the dragon's power thrumming through his veins, in perfect harmony with his own magic. "You knew this would happen," he said to Isabella, who was smiling despite her exhaustion. "I knew it could happen," she corrected. The prophecy spoke of either imprisonment or transformation. Morgana's power could either be contained forever, slowly poisoning itself with bitterness, or it could be transformed through willing sacrifice into protection. You chose transformation. In the years that followed, Hogwarts changed subtly. Students would sometimes swear they saw a silver dragon soaring around the astronomy tower on quiet nights. The castle's magic felt deeper, more alive, responding to the needs of its inhabitants in new ways. Professor Prince remained as defense teacher, though some noticed that his lectures on magical theory seemed to draw from a well of knowledge far deeper than before. Isabella stayed on as his assistant, helping to train a new generation of students in the old ways of magical harmony. And in the chamber beneath the Black Lake, the scattered fragments of the ancient egg slowly dissolved into the foundations of Hogwarts, their runes joining the countless enchantments that protected the school. But now they sang of transformation rather than imprisonment, of magic not as something to be controlled, but as a force to be guided into harmony with the natural world. The Knights of Morgana never returned, though stories of a silver dragon protecting Britain's magical places began to spread. And if Professor Prince smiled mysteriously when students asked about these tales, well, that was just another of Hogwarts' countless secrets. Story 10. The ethereal comet appeared in the skies above Hogwarts like a tear in the fabric of reality, its crystalline tail stretching across the heavens in shades of silver and midnight blue. Artemis Potter stood at the highest window of the astronomy tower, her emerald eyes reflecting the celestial phenomenon that hadn't been seen for 7 centuries. As the last known descendant of Harry Potter, she had grown accustomed to expectations of greatness, but nothing had prepared her for what the comet would unleash. It began with the ghosts. Nearly headless Nick was the first to fade, mid-conversation with a group of first years. Then the Grey Lady simply vanished during her usual glide through the library. Within hours, every spectral resident of Hogwarts had disappeared, leaving an unsettling silence in the ancient corridors. But as the ghosts vanished, something else awakened. Students began experiencing strange dreams, memories that weren't their own, of times long past and magic long forgotten. For Artemis, these visions were more than dreams. She found herself walking through memories of founding Hogwarts, feeling the weight of a diadem upon her brow, experiencing the brilliant mind of Rowena Ravenclaw as if it were her own. The ghosts aren't gone, she whispered to herself, tracing the comet's path across the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall. There awakening, her search for answers led her to a forgotten portrait of Albus Dumbledore, hidden in a secret room that only appeared during the full moon. The painted Dumbledore's eyes still twinkled with that familiar mixture of wisdom and mischief, though his expression grew grave as Artemis described the events unfolding in the castle. "Oh," he said softly, "the binding is finally unraveling. I had hoped it would hold for another century at least." Before he could explain further, a house elf appeared with a crack. Unlike the other Hogwarts elves, this one wore a crystal pendant and moved with an ancient dignity. His name was Kronos, and he had served the castle since its founding. The young mistress must know the truth, Kronos declared, his huge eyes reflecting the comet's light. The ghosts were never merely imprints of the dead. They were guardians, binding an ancient power sealed beneath Hogwarts itself. Through Dumbledore's guidance and Kronos's ancient knowledge, Artemis learned the truth. Hogwarts had been built upon a nexus of raw magical power, a wellspring of pure magical energy that the founders had discovered. This power was too vast and dangerous to be destroyed or controlled, so they had devised an ingenious solution. They would bind it using the willing spirits of departed witches and wizards, creating a network of ghostly guardians who would contain and channel the power safely through the castle. But now, with the coming of the ethereal comet, that binding was failing. The ghosts hadn't vanished, they had been drawn back to their original purpose, trying to reinforce the weakening seals. And the memories students were experiencing were echoes of those original guardians, reaching out in desperation for help. The power must be rebound, Kronos explained, wringing his long fingers. But the original ritual required the combined wisdom of all four founders. Without them, she has them, Dumbledore interrupted, studying Artemis intently. Or rather, she has Rowena's wisdom awakening within her. The question is, who else among the students might carry the echoes of the other founders? The answer came in unexpected forms. Sebastian Malfoy, despite his family's Slytherin legacy, found himself experiencing memories of Godric Gryffindor's courage and conviction. Luna Longbottom carried Helga Hufflepuff's memories of nurturing both students and the very earth of Hogwarts itself. And most surprisingly, a Muggle-born student named Thomas Riddle, no relation to the Dark Lord, discovered Salazar Slytherin's true memories not of pureblood supremacy, but of ambitious dreams to protect and advance magical knowledge. As the comet reached its zenith, the four students gathered in the Heart Chamber, a vast cavern beneath the Great Hall that hadn't been opened since the Founder's time. The raw magic leaked through cracks in reality, causing impossible phenomena: floating islands of stone, waterfalls that flowed upward, and windows that looked out onto different centuries. The ritual was beautiful and terrible to behold. Each student drew upon their awakened memories, channeling the wisdom and power of their respective founders. Artemis felt Rowena's brilliant mind guiding her hands as she wove intricate patterns of magic in the air. Sebastian embodied Gryffindor's protective spirit, forming shields of pure courage around the wild magic. Luna called upon Hufflepuff's connection to the earth itself, grounding and stabilizing the power, while Thomas used Slytherin's cunning to bind and redirect the energy through safer paths. But something was different this time. Instead of simply binding the power, they found themselves transforming it. The ghosts reappeared, no longer semi-transparent, but gleaming with inner light. They were no longer mere guardians of a dangerous force, but conduits for a power that could enhance and protect Hogwarts in new ways. Nearly headless Nick's voice echoed with new authority. We choose to remain, not as prisoners of our past, but as guardians of the future. The Grey Lady, for the first time in centuries, smiled, the wisdom of ages. Freely given rather than eternally bound, when the ritual was complete, Hogwarts had changed. The ghosts now shifted between their familiar transparent forms and bodies of pure magical light, able to interact more directly with the physical world when needed. The castle itself seemed more alive, its magic more responsive to the needs of its inhabitants. Artemis and her fellow students found that they retained echoes of the Founder's memories, not as overwhelming visions, but as gentle guidance accessible when needed. They became known as the new Founders, not because they had rebuilt Hogwarts, but because they had helped it evolve. Kronos continued his eternal service to the castle, now aided by the transformed ghosts in teaching new generations of students the deeper mysteries of magic. The portrait of Dumbledore smiled knowingly whenever students passed by, sharing cryptic wisdom with those wise enough to seek it. And on clear nights, those who watched carefully might see traces of the ethereal comet's tail, still stretching across the sky, not as a harbinger of chaos, but as a reminder that even the most ancient magic can be transformed by understanding, courage, and the willingness to see beyond the surface of things. In her dormitory, Artemis often sat by the window, watching the stars and feeling the gentle presence of Rowena's wisdom in her mind. The ghosts might no longer be bound by ancient necessity, but they remained by choice, teaching and protecting future generations. And in that choice lay a magic more powerful than any binding: the magic of wisdom freely shared, in power transformed by understanding.